day 37. Today we're going to be working on some more bugs, but I also have some ideas for what I want to build, some new features that I'm probably going to work on at the end of the day. But these are going to be long-running tasks that I'm going to be doing. But in order to work on, it's going to be advanced screening. So working backwards from the DCFs I will show you guys. We're basically going to have some kind of assumption engine to power these DCFs. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. So these DCFs have projections, right, for all of the companies that we have currently stored. What I'm thinking of, we have a layer where it's like we build for each company sector some type of assumption built in for each of the financials, and we will allow the users to do advanced screening. So if they believe that an advanced stock screener, so if they believe that certain ideas or assumptions are incorrect, they can filter by, for example, let's say they believe the AI narrative is overblown or the opposite. They can modify certain assumptions like domain sales, and they can get screening this way because we can modify the growth here. So let's say we believe this is much higher, and then we're going to filter and screen and give them results this way based on the fair value. It's going to make more sense as I implement it, and it will definitely be a little tricky, but I've never seen anything like that. I'm probably going to talk to AI about it today. I'm definitely going to use it, and if that didn't make sense, it will with time as I work on it. You'll kind of get it. The idea is that this is a data platform, gives you insights. And that is one of them that we could potentially play with. Hello everyone, welcome. Cool, so I'm going to start though with some of the bugs that we were working on yesterday, which was these here. Let me check this. We did run a script, a long-running script yesterday. Going to see if it's completed. Cool. Cool. This one worked. We validated yesterday, so I'm going to clear that. I'm also going to restart it as we have a new cloud code. Cool. I can clear this as well. Restart it. Okay, and we do not need this anymore. So I'm going to bring over actually something from over here, which is, I have a bunch of windows on this other screen that I'm going to clear out. Actually gonna run it here. So I'd like to, we're gonna run today's brief for Saturday. We're just gonna force a run on the afternoon. Yeah, before you begin, tell me what you're going to do so I can clarify your understanding. All right, we will fix this, the waitlist. Hey Omar, how's it going? Cool, this is still running. I want to fix these 3. Hey Omar, I'm building it's a data platform for investors. Gives you insights, feeds you a bunch of data every day, things you care about. That reminds me, there's 2 main features, so I'll list out what I'm talking about that I want to focus on in the next month. We'll call it a month or 2. Most advanced retail stock screener. Assumption-based screener, large trends. The idea is like, at least this is how I work. You work backwards from what you believe, certain narratives. You work backwards from narratives that you believe are either overblown or underblown to try to find ideas. It's like an idea sourcer. That would be a long-term goal. It's going to take a lot of work. It requires building LM. It's just an assumption engine for the DCFs that can be modified. And it's large scale, so for all the companies. So it'll take a lot of work. Probably as much as the chart generation, so probably at least a couple weeks, but it could be a little more. Okay, but we'll start off with something simple. And then the other one is we're gonna have I'm thinking about having a local AI model running on the browser for one of the major problems, right? Every time I explain this to someone, explains to my girlfriend, I explain this to my family, explains. I really want some good examples I can show them what I'm talking about. Right now we don't, mainly because in order to get the insights, I have to ask the question very explicitly, and no one can picture themselves asking the question. So the way to fix that is you give them recommendations on what questions to ask. So for example, right, someone's interested in the fashion industry. They will get a bunch of questions they can click, and they understand then, oh, I see. It's actually feeding me information that I would not have thought about. That's kind of the point of the thing. So the idea is gives them recommendations for both the questions to ask. I joined a startup. I worked there for a while, and now I'm doing this. So yeah. So give recs for both. The cues, as well as there is some extra customization we will add at some point, which would involve sector analysis or sector choices. Whether that's going to be at the beginning, right when they log in, or later, not really sure yet. Thanks. Yeah, exactly. So you're going to trigger it for Saturday. It's right here. I'll show you. Hey, thanks, Andre. You have a good one as well. If you are streaming. Let's see, what was I doing here? Oh yeah. I think I put that in my notes. Yeah, right here. So we'll continue that task as well today. It's the company chart events. I've never seen that before either. I think I'll probably be using that quite a bit. So I think we might have ran that for the 500 companies. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, we did. Fantastic. So this is what we added yesterday. Now it's for all the companies, but the idea here is, you know, someone might come with the income statements and they're curious about, or, you know, the statements they're learning about a company. It's kind of a quick way. You enable the events. You can see what happened in the company history. That's the general idea. It's similar to the country level, what we did there. I think one thing is, it's not just, you know, in these financial documents, we probably should also have a stock chart for they might be interested as the, let me take this off. It's kind of talk with it's going to be easier with the history of the stock price to see the events rather than just the financials. So I guess maybe we could put that as a document here or in the portfolio section as well. Okay, I'm gonna fix this real quick, which is the labeling. Take a look at the label on the x-axis. We need to reduce the amount of points there. It is too cluttered. What are you using E2B for? I use it for the sandboxing. So later on, we're going to allow users to upload their own data sets. The only way for us to be able to develop charts and run code through the LLM is we need to sandbox it. Let me make sure before I make more changes. Good. We could investigate some of these. I'm going to plug both of these in, develop some plans. So we're going to develop a plan. Oh yeah, I forgot to yank it. We're going to develop a plan for this. Go ahead and look in the docs and write it here. Feasibility. You're going to, oh, got to yank it again. You're going to figure out a few things, both the feasibility aspect, but also you're going to do some market research here I've never seen this, but I want to attempt to find it if it exists. That'll give us kind of a reference. Need a better name for it. Is running a long-running script again to fix some of the. Why did it do this? That's strange. Oh, I get it. That actually is really smart. It realized that as it's running the today's brief long-running process, that it needs to disable hot reloading. How it knew that exactly, I'm not sure, because it basically thinks we're making other code changes at the same time, so it disabled it so it wouldn't get canceled. It's clever. Don't know. I'm gonna close this. Okay, I'm gonna read some of these. I think it would just be on the research page, probably. Hey Tom, how's it going? The reason I'm considering this is I saw it on another website today, and I thought it was actually pretty cool, very fast. Okay, that's fine. I probably won't do that right at this moment, but I'm more interested in this other doc. Where did it put it? Oh, it's still working. Okay, so this worked, so that's fixed here. In this talk, can you list more of the drawbacks, pros and cons of each approach? So this one is going, that's this task here is related to these three. This one's running. Right. This one I think is just going to be a drop down. That's one we're done with. Just maybe a little, some little fixes, I would say. But it's not. I rename it. Probably leaning towards a more lightweight option. It doesn't need to be extremely advanced. It just has to give them good recommendations for questions based on what they're typing. A lot of people will ask similar questions. I think just option 3 probably. So we'll do a little proof of concept here. All right, so I'm thinking option 3, build a little POC just on the research page when the user's typing, what it should take into account, the embedding model. Actually, before you begin, go ahead and tell me the feasibility, but it should take in the user's preferences, their profile preferences about what type of investor they are, and leave an optional space for kind of interests. We're going to add something like this. But what you need to do for the feasibility is consider how much we're passing in and what we're using the embedding model to do, which is autocomplete, and provide example questions for them in particular on the research page. The research questions should be kind of similar to what's in this doc here. So before you begin, go ahead and give me the feasibility of what we're trying to do here and what embedding model you're going to use. Hey, Sheil, how's it going? Okay, cool. So supposedly it is finished. It's pretty amazing, actually. I'm going to ask something. I'm really curious. How did you know to use the... How did you find to disable the hot reloading? Where did you see that? So basically, there was this little thing we added at some point, which was giving us the ability to disable it. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is how I knew, because we put it in our project level settings that we have a hot reload toggle. So then that's how I knew. Okay, that makes sense. Compliments of the new year. Nice. Okay, so I'm gonna check Saturday. It's in the admin panel. There's something we're fixing, which is that's okay. Looks like it didn't run, or at least it's not done yet. Let's double check. So is it still running the afternoon brief then? Oh, I see. Oh, cool. For some reason, I'm actually not seeing anything load in for Saturday, so I'm curious. So make sure it's stored. Roman, my guess is, 1 hour, man. My guess is maybe you're working with a huge code base. I'm not really sure exactly. Did you get the $100 one? Double check. Oh, I see. So from now on, when I start doing research about companies, I would just go directly to the events, historical events. It's a good place to start. So we're populating the rest of them. Gotcha, Roman. I'm not really sure. I never hit the session limit for the maybe tell me about your code base a little bit. Like, is it just I'm not sure.
One can hold the distance, a breath against the tide.
All right, like that last one. Remove it. So give me an example of the flow here, right? There's two major components. There's the autocomplete, and then there is also the example questions. We'll probably give them 3, and what it's going to be is every time they reload the page, they'll get, and there'll also be a refresh, so they can keep getting suggestions. These are the 2 requirements. So let's talk about it. Oh, gotcha, Roman. It might be related to that then. Whenever you use one of those, there's going to be a lot more context ingested into it. It's possible, maybe that's why. One of these more long-running ones. Might be a cache issue or something. A little strange. Let me check another browser. Are going to price this project. We have 3 subscription plans. The $100 a month is the most expensive, but probably during the waitlist time, it'll be much cheaper, 60% off or something. And then it will lock in. That's the idea. Okay, I'm going to look at this this doc. The Kenneth, yeah, it's always a cache issue. This is your first startup. I worked at one, but I suppose it's not my first project, but my first. Probably this is the most promising one, I would say. So sometimes it likes to store it in the wrong documents area. I think it put it in the back end. There it is. So this is one of the things I'm most excited about building. It's going to take a long time, probably. There's a lot of things that need to be done to make it work. But I think it could be very interesting if executed well. The idea is every stock screener, well, I'll let you guys kind of read the doc if you want with me. Let me make it a little bigger. And we have the data to do this now. It's just a matter of executing well. Okay, so it looks like we have some options to try. Right. So this is what I'm talking about here. This does not, I don't think this exists. I've never seen it, and I think it'd be real. I would definitely use it a lot, and I think we could probably communicate the value of this. It's kind of working backwards from assumptions, like themes that you follow. and things that you think are maybe underestimated. Using AutoCloud with around 15 agents. Gotcha, Roman. Yeah, that's probably why. Because we have all the DCFs for our companies, so then we just need to have a layer of assumptions that are changed, and that's how we screen and give the user the most interesting things to them based on what they would like to plug in for the higher level assumptions, like the EV market or maybe domain sales, things like that. Doesn't need to do this. We already have it, so it just changes the numbers. This is probably a premium feature over a certain amount. And the Godel terminal, yeah, Godel terminal is pretty cool. Yeah. It's a little bit different market what he's doing. This is more real time, right? It's like you're going in there to maybe you're trading or maybe, but it's this one's more of a research tool. It's like giving you data and insights. It's a data platform automatically. So it sends it to you, and every day it's sending you something new charts, new things to look at based on your interests. So you're interested in the fashion industry, you can get charts about that. Interested in another industry, you get charts about this. And the charts are based on what happened today, the current week, and tangential companies. And then you can run part of what I'm going to be spending a lot of time on is in the next few weeks is building out a clear set of examples that I can show people. And the examples will show the average user experience, because right now what happens is I show people and they're like, but I would never type this question exactly as you did. And it's like, yeah, but the next step is that it gives you the recommendations and then you click, and so we build that out, then it's going to be much clearer to people how they can use this. So yeah, and then this as well, this advanced stock screener I think is really interesting. I'm going to use it. And I think you get those few things that could help communicate a value prop. So we already have all these set up, so it's just a matter of changing the numbers and then screening based on the numbers. It's actually, for us, this is not expensive. Hey, Jacob. Let me refresh here. Oh yeah, I know what's going on. It probably didn't remove the no reload. Language you use, Python Flask, and Next.js, TypeScript, Tail. Hey, Jacob, let me put this in the chat for you. Oh, whoops. I think it's time to ask about why warp takes forever to stop the processes. So warp tends to take forever to kill the processes. You have any idea why? All right, here we go. Interesting. Oh, I know what this is. So we've added the new chart D3 to our today's brief, and it looks like corrupted data. As in other words, the chart data that was stored was not able to be used because we're replacing the old images with interactive things. All right, so appears probably related to the new D3 charts. Can you take a look here? Oh, that explains why the other day, that was yesterday, when we were running the deployment, it would fail on the afternoon brief. The cloud had a little bit of trouble finding the error, but now that we ran it locally, that's probably what's going on here. It's not really a stock bot, it's more of a data platform to give you interesting insights relative to your interests and positions. So we're gonna, now that we read the market research thing, I'm gonna start developing a plan on how we're gonna implement it. So now we're gonna make a feasibility doc, put it in the same folder. I want you to analyze, take a look at our current architecture. We do have DCFs. It's all stored. The idea here is we build a LLM. It's like an engine in between the stocks and the DCFs, where we build out the assumptions baked into the company. This is the part that's a little bit it's sensitive to like our execution depends on how good these assumptions are in some sense. And so we're going to start off with an example. We will use Microsoft's, and we're going to try to bake in what assumptions lead to the projections. And then we're going to make a little POC. We're going to play around with changing each variable and see how that changes the percents going forward for like revenue growth, free cash flow growth. The idea is, okay, before I continue, tell me roughly what I am, your understanding of what I'm telling you, and add it to the doc as well. Okay, so the idea here is that, for example, when you look at Microsoft's revenue, there are certain assumptions baked into it, like cloud growth, certain levels of, what's the profitability of the compute, and there's a bunch of them. You could have like 20 different assumptions, and that would be for every company, and that's how you're gonna create that that LLM layer where you've built, well, this assumption layer built with the help of the LLMs. You populate it for 4,000 to 5,000 companies, and then that's how you allow people to screen based on that stuff. They'll plug in their what they believe to be true. They believe, hey, I believe domain sales go up 100x or some ridiculous thing. They could do that, and then we will tell them what companies and the valuations that would be created based on the DCFs. So it's going to modify the assumptions, change the growth rates, and then give them the numbers. It's kind of working, it's stock screening working backwards from your ideas instead of just looking at like valuation metrics. It's more fuzzy. But if the assumptions are really bad, as far as like what makes up the growth rates, then the screener is not going to be very good. So we have to kind of analyze that ourselves. Like, is this going to be feasible? I pay $200 a month for cloud code, and then I spend $30 a month roughly in testing credits, API usage, I mean. Hey, Libella, it's a data platform for investors. It gives them insights based on what they care about and the industries they're looking into. That kind of makes sense. It's not really a question bank, though. It's actually, the idea was that this would be a local model. However, again, look at the doc for the feasibility. So for example, could we accomplish what we're trying to do with these one of these three models? These would be the local. Oh, cool. Looks like a simple fix. We might see the D3 charts now. That would be really cool. Yeah, Jacob, exactly. Can't afford cloud yet. Code Assist and VS Code. Cool, sounds good. Yeah, some people prefer open code. Looks good to me as well. A little harder to use the Opus models. Not sure okay with paying the API pricing. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's true. Makes sense, but what about the local LLM idea? I just like the model. Jacob's pretty good at a lot of tasks, so just my preference. I've used both. Gemini's pretty good for design, I would say. Okay, so I made this new doc I'm going to read. Exactly. Yeah, no problem. I choose Python. I generally choose things that have a lot of training data for the LLMs, so that way they're better at it. That's usually my strategy. That goes for the libraries, languages, stacks. So it's really the key. I mean, these assumptions have to be good. If they end up being pretty good, which I think they will be, then this could be pretty interesting as a screener. Oh, you like it for design a little better, Jason? You know, when you do DCFs, like you do them yourself, this tends to be the process, right? You build out these assumptions when you're doing your valuation models, and then you start to think, hey, actually, based on my research, based on what I think, this is actually underestimated, maybe overestimated, right? If you can have an engine where the user can work backwards from what they think and find a bunch of downstream companies, like I believe Azure is going to decrease in growth, right? Then the engine changes all the assumptions, finds the companies that are directly impacted by that, changes their DCF models that we have, gives them the stocks sorted by the biggest difference in the fair value versus the current price, both in the short and long end. And that's how it would work. And that would be pretty cool. I would use that a lot. Yeah, agree. Anti-gravity, you can get some free credits. So we already have all that stuff. Doesn't need to do this. Yeah, this is the main risk. I totally agree. So if the original assumptions are totally bad, the user might change their assumptions or whatever. But if the original ones were bad, then it doesn't really, it's not going to screen very well. So we'll run a little POC. This is a good idea. Cool. Awesome. I think we will do that. Yeah. I'll probably go with the question bank idea, mainly because local LLM is probably not going to be very good, because we need to tell it a lot of things. Like, I think you have so I'm thinking we're going to do the question bank embedding model approach. Roughly for the embedding model, the local embedding model in the browser, how many questions could we likely include? Okay, we might have our new D3 charts. Let me check. Oh, nice. Okay, interesting. Did have one failure, but it's good progress. What happens if this won't work? Yeah, with the new charts. So let me take a look. Simple bar. We don't have a simple bar chart. I'll take a look at the logs here. So go ahead and look at the more detailed logs and see what happened here. I think we can start building a little POC. What you're going to do is you're going to follow what the instructions are there. You're going to keep all the changes really scoped. And how you're going to do that. Actually, go ahead and give me the implementation plan now. But remember, the primary goal is to keep these changes very scoped. It's just going to be from Microsoft to start. And we're going to build a little screener using these ideas where you can change the assumptions. And it's going to, I mean, there's many components to this, right? There's the design of how you actually implement the search after you change all the variables, because you have to go through all the DCFs, change the values, get the resulting terminal value, stock price. So it's a little tricky. And so I guess actually let's make a feasibility V2 about the search itself. So I'd probably move this somewhere. It's on top of the thing. Honestly, maybe we just remove it for now. I'm gonna commit this. This is pretty good. Just gotta fix the questions of the day. So this is a small fix. Okay, another small fix, good. Okay, cool. So all the DCF data was corrected. The other day, we had an outdated version of Edgar Tools by an hour, and the new version fixed it. But we need to actually validate that the DCF financials are good now. So we're going to go through and look at a lot of them. Already I see some missing, so we'll take a look at what happened. Well, let's take a look. Hey Chad, welcome. Locking in. So dude, how's it going, Kai? All right, let's take a look at one of the worst ones. What was the first one I clicked? Okay, here we go. Okay, take a look. As you can see, many are missing for CVS. This is CVS. Go through, check what we have in cloud storage and see if it matches. My guess here is we probably have the right numbers because I think you validated before you ran this. It's just somehow our extracts DCF script wasn't able to extract it correctly. That's my guess, but go ahead and check. OMD, what's that? This will be used in potentially the chat as well. Yeah, I just thought I was missing something, but I think I've seen people say SR, dude. So I feel like you're not the only one, because I feel like I've seen that before. It did grid. No, this data is, we grabbed this from the SEC, so this is all legit. But this is the most legit. We have to take it, we have to get from here to the DCF, which requires some extra work. But we're getting there. It's a little tricky. It's multiple layers of extraction. I'm sure we're going to be spending quite a long time getting the data right. I'm noticing some things are missing. So we will look. Oh, I'm changing something. Yeah, it's gonna be a little tricky. This will require some engineering. What exactly? Because we want it to be really fast.
No chains can hold this rebel
Some math. Not too crazy.
spark ignites where dreams
Could be
collide.
fast.
Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars. Dreams collide. A wave in time.
Yeah, that would work, I think.
Yet I am sure you will.
I don't really understand why we need to even do this though. If we
Beneath the clouds.
oops. Can you explain, based on 1 and 2, why do we have to do 3 and 4? Okay, it's running it again. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really understand why we need the extra stuff. Just rerun it. Just rerun it.
The waves beneath the clouds, no chains can hold this rebel stride.
Oh yeah.
A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
Hey, Rui, it's an app we made ourselves. It's called it's an Electron app. It's called a Retro Player. If you're interested, it's on my GitHub. I just upload my Suno songs in here.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey.
Is there any way we could get the math accurate though? Like, is this the only? Basically, you're thinking that we have to do this approximation because it that would be much faster than doing the full math. Is that the idea? Is it really that hard to get it accurate though? Yeah, no problem. Yeah, 5,000 questions is probably enough, I would say. Especially if they're templates, you know. Can we make the question bank like templates? So in other words, like, for example, we have like 5,000 templates, right? And then it inserts like companies, industries into the templates. Can we make it work that way with the embedding model? Yeah, it's just... Yeah, exactly. It's just... My top's good at math, you know. What would be the bottleneck here exactly? Is there one? I don't think so, actually. Yeah, I use Whisperflow. Okay, it's still regenerating. I'll be happy to... let me see if it sent the emails. That would be awesome. That would knock out quite a few things already. All right, we gotta fix the headlines though. Yes, this is the part. You have each theme affects like there could be like a 10,000 themes, right? And then they all connect to different companies. So then that's some sort of index, right? Let's talk a little bit more about this index. That's going to be the interesting part here. So rewrite the doc, but this is what we care about is this index between the themes to companies. What themes affect what companies, right? And we're going to analyze, realistically, how many themes are we tracking? Realistically, we're going to make some estimates as how much per theme, how many companies will be affected by each theme. For example, some themes might affect literally every company. It's possible. Some macroeconomic theme. So this is where it gets a little dicey, and we need to make estimates so that way we can try to understand how we're going to build it to be fast and work for 4,000 companies. So that we know for certain 4,000 companies, right? Now we need to build out how many themes are we going to support, how many themes can we support to be fast enough that it feels responsive. One optimization, and then talk about the optimizations you could do. You make some assumptions, right? We won't do any themes. Go ahead and build out that. I don't think it's that tough, but that is probably the interesting part of this. So far, what have you built? It's a data platform. It provides you insights. We're collecting lots of data, and we're going to give you information that you care about as an investor based on the sectors you're interested in, companies you own, the type of investor you are. So this is an example, right? You might own AVGO. You're going to get this in your email. And then there's going to be more and more interesting data with time. Advanced screeners, where you can search by assumptions that you have. So like let's say you believe that EVs are going to sell at 2% higher than expected next year. You could plug that in, get a screening, and see what companies and what their DCF valuation would potentially end up in a range somewhere based on your beliefs. So then that's how you're screening. You're screening from the assumptions to the companies, rather than backwards. Like you start with the company's valuation and then you work backwards. So it's kind of another way to screen. That's kind of cool. So it's just going to be, it's a data platform. You can think about it that way. So like this stores what kind of investor you are, what's your approach, what themes you're following. And that's how we figure out how to give you the data, or what to give you. Okay, cool. So it just ran again. The new charts should be here. Okay, these are dumb. We're removing these ones. These like performance after 3 updates. Wow. So these are our simple questions. We decided to start adding these because depending on the type of investor, they might prefer these kinds of ones. This one's a little strange, I would say. I notice below. Oh, so this D3 chart below the line, it's not rendering. So we'll fix that. We're bringing in new chart styles. So let's fix this one. Take a look at this. So this is our comparison bar for D3. As you can see, it's when the bar goes below the chart, it's not rendering. So go ahead and investigate that. I'm going to commit my recent changes before changing anything. So this is an important change. Can you explain what you've done here to try to fix this problem? I see. So that's probably what we will have to do, is kind of go company by company. Oh, right. We also have a... So we built another script that's going to try to correct some things. But we can let it fix that. Okay, so cool. Do we have a, for this script here, do we have a flag just to run it for one particular company? I'm pretty sure we do. And we'll test if that works. Hey, I am Newton. Go ahead and look look here. Slash. Let me make sure that is the right link. Yes. The index is everything, but it's automatic. That's true. I think it's underestimating the themes. There's a lot of themes. There's probably 1,000. Ooh, yeah, that's true. I wasn't even thinking about that, which is they could select multiple themes together, in which case this will be very... Let's do the option A. That's kind of the whole point. A few problems with this document. I think you're drastically underestimating the amount of themes there are. The reason is because, like, I'm just thinking about, let's start with, let's use 10 companies as examples. That way we can build a more accurate. So go ahead and use a few tech companies like Datadog, Microsoft, and build out an example for both of those. So that would be like what the LLM destructuring of the theme percents are that contribute to the growth rates and their financials. There's probably, my guess is there's going to be quite a lot, but you're going to go ahead and do that for these companies, and then you're going to include 8 more in different industries, financials, REITs, some other different ones. Actually make it 15 companies and then destructure it, and then we're going to use that as kind of our, those will be our examples. That way we can build a better understanding of how many themes there will be. Okay, cool. So let's fix this issue with the, looks okay. A little weird because this is down here. So I have a feeling as this goes down, more of this is just gonna, yeah. What's the solution to that? Where do you put it? So this label, the 1 month, 3 month, 6 month, is it just going to keep moving down with the bar? So like if there's a really negative bar, it's going to be like way below everything. I guess, is that how it should be? I guess it's okay to me. All right, guys, I'm gonna be right back.
One can live with the wonder, a limit of the mind. I carve my way, the world's alive, and we know the way. Beneath the stars, beneath the stars. Beneath the stars, beneath the stars. One can live with the wonder, a limit of
Oh, I'm back. I think this is fine.
I carve my way. The world's alive, and we know the way. Beneath the stars,
Yeah, go ahead. Well, before we begin, let's make an implementation MD because we're going to start thinking about how we're going to implement this and what model we're going to use and things like this. When in your implementation, consider we want to support all devices, even mobile devices. can we do that with the embedding model we choose? Okay, that's fine. I notice for the last run of our today's brief, it generated all bar charts both times instead of choosing different ones. We're going to run another little experiment. We're going to change the prompts, and we're just going to only do. Wait, now that I think about it, didn't we add logic for the today's brief that every day it does a random quota of each? I'm guessing what's happening is the others are erroring out for the D3 charts. So go ahead and make the next one. We're just going to go through one by one. Make the next run of the today's brief. It's only going to do the range bands D3 chart. Only questions related to that. And then go ahead and trigger the today's brief. Make sure to turn off hot reloading while it's running. So go ahead and, oh, it already did that. Okay. Hey, Nickelodeon.
Carry me home through the unknown.
Cool, that worked pretty well.
And we fall through time endlessly.
Yeah, this is actually working pretty well. So I think this looks promising. It's usually about 10 to 20.
And we fall through time.
Hey, Nickelodeon. I'm not sure. Is that Machiavelli in your profile? Anyways, yeah, this is we're getting some examples of how it's gonna break down before we implement this. Probably have to update these every once in a while. So these themes, right, they don't really change too often, but they do change, right? Like, what's your recommendation for how often we go through and actually run? Okay, well, there's two things. Number one, as you can see, for each company, there's probably 10 to 20 themes, right? So we need to update our original doc, the doc before this one, with that information. So go ahead and do that reevaluation, and then consider how often do we need to update these themes percents for each company. I see. Gotcha, SG. Yeah, definitely. I think everything in life kind of the drawbacks of, or what you sacrifice to do it, right? So like if you have kids, probably, I don't know if I would, but you can always do whatever works for you and your situation, what you want out of life. Okay, I'm going to check if this actually worked or if it's just telling me that it worked. It's a data platform for investors. It gives you insights based on what you care about, the stocks you own, the industries you're following. It sends you lots of data and charts every day and tries to answer your questions. Okay, so I'm going to bring up CVS. Okay, it appears to fix the gross profit. I'm going to ask about a few more questions. Is this because CVS does not have R&D or SG&A expenses? Seems unlikely. What do you think? Yeah. Seems like people never forget. I mean, never regret having kids, I would say. But because I don't have them, I don't really feel a lot of urgency. But probably I have a feeling looking back on it, I'll be like, oh man, I should have done it earlier. Whatever. What do you think makes sense here? I see. So they give the operating expenses. I noticed we don't actually put the operating expenses on our income statement. So we probably should include that, right? That seems wrong, unfortunately. Let's take a look. Copy this. Take a look here. It looks like the operating income is the same as the gross profit for all the quarters. That doesn't seem right. It's not really a Bloomberg terminal, but it does give you, it's a data platform. You can think of Yipits as an example. So take a look at this website. It's like a Yipit maybe for retail people. So we give you data and that you might be interested based on the companies that you own and the sectors you're interested in. For example, let's say you're interested in fashion or interested in this. We will send you interesting charts and interesting data every day. And it's customized, so you can change it. Part of what we do is the data collection, and then the next part is these data feeds. It's like these are briefs, we're calling them. These charts we just changed, so do not be alarmed. They look like this, and there are many different types, so you can read them if you want while I'm doing this stuff over here. These are the simple questions, and then more interesting ones. So, for example, if you owned SMH, which is a semiconductor ETF, I gotta say, working with AI, it's like working with someone new. Oh yeah, they do feel like little employees. I've never seen it do this before. It was like making all these changes to this one file, and then at the end, it's like, this file got messy, let me restore it and make it cleaner, edit. It's kind of interesting. It's just changing the... Oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah, so what we're doing a little test. Because we noticed it's only doing the bar charts, the new chart type of charts. So I was thinking it's probably failing for the other ones. So we're just going to go through and run each one. Actually, can we run them in parallel? That would be a lot easier. Oof. Look, I have a lot of questions, right? I mean, are you saying the operating income was not shown in the filing? That's usually a very common one, right? Yeah, it's gonna probably take a while to get this data as good as we want it to be. So explain to me, why did gross profit end up the same? Oh, I see. So the problem was in our gross profit. Did we do math in order to get that? Because they didn't list the gross profit in their filing. Oh, I see. Okay. So this was a problem in our LLM. So we go from the filing data, and we have like an LLM layer. It's like extracting the things for the DCF. And it thought that this was cogs instead of this. So how do we fix this going forward? It's a problem with our LLM layer for the extraction in the DCF. Somehow it thought this costs and expenses was cogs. Yeah, Aku the dang. I'd say so. Especially as the cost of software goes down, the distribution and the marketing becomes more and more important. The branding and all that stuff. Why do you think CVS, what is costs and expenses supposed to be? Oh, so costs and expenses in this case, was that the what was that supposed to be in our line item for the DCF? Because I'm trying to understand this going forward so we don't we're probably gonna have lots of problems like this, and we just have to go through one by one every single time. It's gonna be a long-term. However, once we get it, it'll be good. It's just a matter of like every company reports a little bit differently, unfortunately. There's usually a general trend, but they might name things a little strangely. So how can we avoid this going forward? I guess just remove this costs and expenses. However, what if one other, there could be an example of another company that names it costs and expenses. And that's what COGS, we were supposed to extract. So you know what I mean? Like this company decided to call costs and expenses some other thing, but another company might use it as the name for COGS. So it's a little tricky, right? Yeah, SG, I definitely do that too. I make it make little diagrams every time we do the UI stuff. It's very useful. Wait, really? Wait. So we actually do have these concept mappings for each. Edgar Tools actually gives us these concept mappings. Like when we extract it out into cloud storage, we have those available for us. In which case that would make it a lot easier. Oh, nice. Okay, in that case, we'll do that. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. So definitely, right? So concept mapping first, and then if that does not match, then we do the labels as a fallback. I think in this case, though, we're just going to start with the concept mappings because it's important for us to be able to find the problems. And then we will decide. So just go ahead and for now, you're going to replace what we did with the concept mappings and not have the fallback for the labels to start because we want to see what the gaps are in Edgar tools. Actually, before you begin, go ahead and do a little experiment. Do this on CVS just using the concept mappings once you implement this, and then we're going to check. Okay, we want to fix the headline as well, so I would do that probably here. All right, so right now when we run the daily brief, the headline doesn't appear. I'll show you where the headline is. So this is where the headline is located on the morning brief. It should also show on the afternoon brief as well. It is there on the UI side. It's just not being populated. I think it's because I think we made it a separate, in the today's brief pipeline, there's a separate area for the headline. Like we originally put it in the wrong place, created this separate area, but there's just some bug, probably some error. So maybe run a little test, try to figure out what's going on for why it's either not showing on the front end. That's one issue, or it's just not making through. So not really sure. Make a test. Yeah, we can do that. That makes sense. To do this on the let's consider let's consider the pros and cons of each. So yeah, list the drawbacks and everything. Aren't you really underestimating the total themes? I mean, there's 4,000 companies, 10 to 20 themes per company. That's a lot, right? It's like 40,000. I know there's repeating, but you just be conservative, you know? Yep, that makes sense. Go ahead and implement that. Hey, Gremlin, how's it going? That's my plan. I'm promoting the app. We've developed kind of a marketing plan. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, rewrite the doc with the corrected scale, please. So I got the email. I'm looking at my emails. So that sounds pretty good to me. But yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So let's go ahead and develop implementation plan for this. Yeah, SG, you know, it's just a tool, right? It definitely does lower the barrier to entry. You need to know less things than you did before. Let's see. I mean, technically, never mind. Let's see my usage. Wait, didn't I just upgrade Cloud Code? Did they just release another one? I pay $200 a month. Yep, yeah, I use the subscription. Nice, SG. It's going to be close again for my current week. Compute is expensive. Okay, now we read this. I usually vibe code, I would say on average 9 to 10 hours a day. Because I do some off stream as well. Okay, this whole document is changed, so I will reread it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. kind of like some themes are almost dependent on other themes. It should be aggregated, I think. Because it's kind of weird to have like a giant tree of themes affecting other themes. I mean, we could maybe do it though. It's just a little bit tricky. Theme clustering. Yeah, that's probably roughly right. Yeah. Probably true. This is my video game. I enjoy it. Okay, but I care more about how we're gonna do it. I think you got what we're doing, but what does the stuff look like? Okay, so this looks good. Let's make a new doc though, or I think we have another doc for the index part. You're gonna update that one because how exactly, what will that look like? How are we gonna do it? So make the steps and give me some options. This is probably done. I will close it. I will read this as well. I created 2 of these. I'm gonna tell it to redo this one. I'm gonna tell it to remove. Okay, there's a lot of things. Okay. Sometimes it gets a little bit too in the details, so it doesn't really matter. Like, it doesn't need to actually write code, so I'm gonna tell it to not do that. Yeah, save the Firebase, please. So run it again, save to Firebase, because I actually want to see it on the front end, because there could be some problems visually. Okay, so I'm going to take a look at the Data Explorer. Nice. This is looking good. Oh, nice. And we have this populate too. So that was the fix. This actually might be really good then. But something has happened here. I wonder, it might not be considering debt in this. Yeah, it might not be. I'm gonna plug it in. I think something's off. Go ahead and take a look at this. Go look at our projections for CVS. I think, are you... Well, just first diagnose the issue and come back. Yeah, but you can use AI as a teacher. So if you don't know anything about deployment and everything, just ask a lot of questions. Just take the time to learn, I suppose, if you're interested in it. I think the limit is agency, you know? It's like, if you want to learn the thing, you just need to spend the time, talk to it. I mean, there are limits as far as, like, it's not going to teach you PhD level potentially. You know? Frontier knowledge, but virtually no one's there anyway, so anything else it could probably teach you. So I was talking about the actual projections part, not the model part. I'm going to look, though. I don't know what it said here. Oh, yeah. That is strange. Interesting. Continue. What happened here exactly? Oh, I guess we're computing the gross profit ourselves. That's partly what this is. Because I think CVS doesn't report it. Maybe we just shouldn't for now, until we figure out what companies are reporting versus not. But why would that affect the... Oh, we should fix this first, though. Yeah, this is a little tricky, right? We're trying to calculate something that is going to be different for every single company. I think we should only show it if it's reported, for now. Start with that. So let's fix that. Anything that's not reported, we're not going to display. realistically, I think we'll have to build some sort of thing that goes for every single company, how to compute each one of these, which is not that tricky. It's just will take a little bit of time to validate and all this. We did build some validation scripts, but it's just going to take some time, I think, and probably. I don't know how long, but over time. Where'd you actually talk about the index, though? Okay, now it appears we have to update our projections based on the model, right, for CVS, because I think the projections are based on the prior numbers that were incorrect. Yeah, definitely. That's the skill part, right? Is using the AI in a way that doesn't break all your stuff. I do not see it. It's probably a storage issue again. Let me look. So that's what we expected, is that there were some issues because only the bar chart was showing. I think there was probably some issues here saving it. This is kind of similar to PageRank. Oh. Sometimes it doesn't copy. Can you explain to me how this would work in all the user scenarios? So for example, let's start with the worst case first. So they put in a bunch of different themes. Start off with the absolute worst case and then explain to me how that works with the index. This particular index. What is the difference between this FCF margin, FCF margin base? What is this from exactly? I use a Cloudco Max. So my understanding is like the reason why we need this, right, is because every time you make a change on the upper level themes, it modifies the lower level ones, right? Because like it propagates all the way down. This is the general idea, right? But I kind of want to simplify if possible. What do we absolutely need to do based on the amount of so it's 40,000 themes, 4,000 companies. Let's go with the example of having no index whatsoever, how this would be done, and then we're going to try to make an estimate of roughly the performance of that. I'm trying to figure out whether we actually need this. So we might not. Did you actually fix the problem, or did you just force a fix? That's not quite what we wanted. Damn, that's bad, SG. Are you using Opus 4.5 though? Yeah, definitely always read your stuff, you know. Just no, but picture the scenario, the worst case scenario, right? They make a bunch, there's 40,000 themes. They add like, let's say 10 themes. We have to limit the amount of themes that they're changing. Some themes, yeah, let's just keep it simple, you know, but we won't make it so like, you modify a theme that's like higher up and then it affects all the themes under it. It's just going to be like, you can only add maybe one. We just do it with constraints, right? You can only add one theme in one particular category of themes, right? Like you can't you can't choose the theme of like decreasing cloud growth and then another theme of like in the same category, I guess. So play a different song. Techno gets old after a while. Oh, interesting. We just forgot to hook it up, in which case it will be here.
chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams
Now, I think implement the embedding model first. Let's choose which embedding model we're using. And yeah, make a little POC, but let's start which embedding model should we use? Llama, maybe. What are you doing, man? There's 40,000 teams.
dreams collide. A wave in time. Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will. The beneath the clouds. Have you seen it? The characteristics. Dreams collide.
Now just let's talk about it. We're going to choose one.
Dreams collide. Follow have you seen it? Yet I'm sure.
All right, man. Just implement a little POC. Keep it separate from everything. You're going to start with Microsoft, and then we're going to play around with it. So it's just make a little UI. I'm going to change the themes. We're going to see. Here's where the DCF is stored. Actually, you can go ahead and go find that. If it's tricky to find, make it a doc somewhere, and but you can do it. I believe in you.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey.
That's not a bad idea. That could dong. I kind of like that idea. Probably someone's working on it. I don't like it how you keep putting a bunch of fallbacks in the populate DCF. The reason is it's going to make very confusing bugs where I can't see what's... In fact, we might never find them if you put fallbacks. I want you to go through this file, this populate DCF. There should be absolutely no fallbacks whatsoever. If the data is bad, like the user should be able to see that it's bad. We don't want to just put in a bunch of stuff. Like if we cannot find a value, it should be very clear that we couldn't find one. And that way we can figure out what's going on. In this case, it's especially important there is no fallback. You don't want fallback stuff for data. That's not great. Yeah, let's do this one. Go ahead and build a little POC. We're gonna test it out. Just choose a bunch. Just choose like a few sample questions. Okay, actually, before you begin, explain. You understand what we're doing, right? It's mapping from the user preferences. We know what they're interested in, things like this, to the questions. So I just want to validate that you understand and explain how you're going to implement this POC. Hey, Flank. Yeah, I mean, you're definitely right, SG. It's about the speed. It's kind of like you're dealing with a... I mean, maybe the thing you could say is like... I don't know what you'd call it, but it can generate quickly. That's the advantage. And then you can just review it and change it as you notice it's not good. I was going to call it a junior programmer, but it's not really, because junior programmers will not say things that are just totally wrong, right? As far as like pretending like in total confidence, I mean, they might say things that are wrong, but they won't say like, this is absolutely what we're doing. So it's kind of like you're, it's like a very certain, it's like you're dealing with a new type of person that doesn't really exist. No person's like has this personality. Yeah, exactly, SG. Yeah, there's something. That's why I say it's just a tool. You know, at the end of the day, if you're wielding it really poorly, you're gonna not get very good results. It is faster. It's just like you guys can see, like, as I'm working here, a lot of times it's like I don't really like. It has a tendency to just do, like, it'll sound good in theory, but then you're like, okay, we probably don't need this extra stuff, and then it's like, oh yeah, I agree with you. It's like, yeah, it agrees with me because it'll agree with what you're saying usually. So if you just keep saying really wrong things, it might agree with you all the time, even though it's just dumb. But it is fast. Once you get it down to the doc, like, you build out this doc, right? You iterate on the doc, you're like, this is perfect. It's then gonna go quickly. It's that final step where you've made the planning and everything. Yeah, exactly, Gremlin. There's a big component of that. That's why I try to take the time to learn a little bit sometimes, like learn a little bit about design here, so that way I can query it correctly. Because sometimes you're missing the terms, you don't know the stuff, so you're just asking blindly. So you think the embedding model can cover both of these scenarios very well, right? The current embedding model we chose. Consider the context string might be 1,000 characters. This is writing our little POC. Yeah, we'll just play around with it and see how it goes. Oh, nice. We fixed the headline. Yay. That's good. Oh, nice. This worked too. Fantastic. All right. That is good. I really like this little mark. What is this? What? Historical average of what? Oh, I see. Should probably see the S&P historical average, but it's pretty cool. All right, cool. Respect that. All right, cool. looking over here. I won't commit these. These are just little experiments. Don't we know that feeling where you're sitting here? Yeah, exactly. I always look at every doc with just an insane amount of skepticism. I'm assuming that this is like, again, like not a person that exists. It's just like a weird, like maybe it has, it's like I'm looking at the doc. I'm like, does this have good ideas maybe within it? And I try to take out the things that are good. Yeah. User should be created. Hey, Babao, welcome. Max tokens. Well, maybe we just shorten it to this. Yeah, we could do this. That works, I think. All right, cool. Yeah, I think that's perfect, actually. So this sounds good. Yeah, you can implement the POC there. Just put in some example questions and don't include the VIX. I don't know why you keep including the VIX. We don't have that. But yeah, go ahead and add some example questions and examples of like things we would embed. And then you're going to implement this, keep everything scoped into just a separate area. You can put it in like a POC folder or something. Visuela, it's a data platform for investors. It gives you data feed visualizations on things you care about. So what industries you care about, the companies you own. Gives you data like this. This is an example. And you get it via email on your main page. You can do research, get AI analysis. That's kind of the idea. Lots of interesting insights. I'm building an advanced screener. That'll take a long time though, but that is one of our next steps. I'm gonna check what it's done here. It's a little strange. I don't understand this. We were storing things before, so I will take a look. Yeah, it's just the docs, but what the heck's going on with the storage? We were storing things before, so what the hell? What the hell is this? We must have accidentally changed it on a prior commit or something. That's the only thing I can think of. Or we're storing it in a separate place, maybe not that file. That's reading my stuff. Oh, I see. Okay. So this change doesn't matter because we set it in our .env, so it just like changed the fallback. That doesn't matter at all. So. Yeah, we make money through subscriptions, and also I invest myself, so I guess ideally if it's good for me. Oh, and I'm fixing something. I mean, I think the problem you guys are talking about, the AI model just needs to get better. You know what I mean? There's only so much you can do if it's not good enough. Okay, so I'm gonna commit some things though. The headline fix is good. These are just the POCs, so I will not commit yet.
One can live with the wonder, a limit of the mind. I carve my way, the world's alive.
Well, I could argue maybe that TPUs might give us some improvement, maybe. With sentence transformers.
beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Yeah, go ahead and start it up. Okay, I'm gonna go look at CVS, see if this is fixed. We do have a problem where it's always choosing the bar charts, but we made a thing where it's like, it's supposed to randomly choose like a quota of each every day, and it changes randomly every day, it's changing the quota. However, that doesn't appear to be working since they're all bar charts.
Limit all the mind. I carve my way.
I think the recent Cloud Code version did something to compacting conversation. So let's see if it runs faster.
The world's alive. And we know
Really, Gremlin? That's cool. What's it called?
beneath the stars.
I guess we can close this one. This one's good.
Beneath the stars.
So I guess it's, what is it doing exactly? Oh, probably gonna time out or something. I don't like how you're doing some weird thing with the way this should work is the LLM is our projector, right? For now, it's choosing what the gross margin and FCF margin should be because the LLM has compressed information. That's the whole point of this, right? The LLM makes the projections. After this, we will have a more advanced kind of engine for this, which is like modifiable by us. But at the beginning, it's just going to be the LLM is doing it. So, but when we're doing this, there should be no fallbacks, right? Like no. So you might need to go ahead and look at the script over here. There's a script here for this, right? That does this. So you can understand a little better. So we decided that the LLM is not very good at choosing random things, right? So we actually implemented this random quota system. And then that's what we provide that to the LLM based on our what our random values are. So that we just explicitly tell it what to do. Go ahead and find that. Yeah, I've been coding for a while. Let me check it out. Did I answer the question? Have you been coding? I've been coding since high school, so I guess about 10 years or so. Let's see, looking up your book, Grandma. That's cool. Simulated planet. Cool. I like your description. I mean, your it definitely it makes me want to read it. On the I'm looking on Amazon. I want to make bots and stuff. Depends what kind of, if you're talking about like an AI, that's actually pretty hard. Like it's a pretty hard problem, you know, for depending on the type of game. But if you're talking about like some bot that does something simple, then it's pretty easy. Like if you want to make a very good Rocket League, actually there's probably existing solutions out there, so it's probably not that hard. But if you're trying to do it all yourself, like get the training data, build the AI model to be good at the game, like if you're trying to implement that all yourself, that would be tough. But chances are a lot of the games already have stuff in the wild, and you just have to set it up. So I guess. All right, what's going on here? All right, so this is our little POC we're going to play around with. %. Oh, I see. Just decrease it 20%.
And still we fight, knowing how it ends.
We appear to have broken it. -1%. That's probably why. We have negative. I see. So this is actually subtracting. Okay, gotcha.
We collapse into the
So I want to start learning those types of bot. No worries. So you can just download Talk to AI. You know, you can learn about anything that you're interested in. So if you like to, you can just talk to it and ask questions. However, I do not endorse whatever path that leads you on as far as bots go. All right. I guess this works, but obviously the devil's in the details when you have a lot more companies, that it's going to be fast and cool to use. So the idea is you have a screener, and you'll be able to, we'll filter our DCFs based on some of these assumptions.
we collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and
All right, cool. I think it should give us more debugging information though, so I can double check. But all right, cool. Can you on this POC? Can you put the actual breakdown of all the on what each theme contributed to the revenue? So that way we can see it in real time as we're changing the values. We can see how it was built up.
and still we fight, knowing how it
Very interesting. And you're making sure that this is in the today's brief. This is a bug in the today's brief. Show me the specific code here. Cool. That would be really nice if that was fixed. Because then every day we'd have a lot more interesting variety.
collapse
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Trade other things. It's like a currency. Compute becomes the currency, you know. Your compute points. And trade it in for food and other items. Like modern day bartering. I think I'm just going to expand this POC out, like just to be for the, we're just going to expand it and then eventually we'll integrate it into everything once we get it all working. Because that's probably the easiest way to do this. All right, cool. Please fix it. Yeah, me too. Nope, CT. Okay, so it's created its little POC. All right. Can you go ahead and create a service so I can launch it and try it out? The idea is like you're going to allow me to put in a bunch of preferences and things, and then we're going to see what it recommends for questions, and I can refresh it. I can keep refreshing, get new questions. So same thing with this one. We're just going to keep expanding it until it's ready to integrate into our stuff. And we're going to use this embedding model for, we're going to have a new section. It's going to be personalized questions, and that's what we'll use the embedding model for. As well. Not only for Rex, but it'll generate the questions using the user's profile. Okay, fantastic. Let's go ahead and run the today's brief again. Make sure to turn off hot reloading. Osmosing. We're going to create a little POC. This is another POC. It's going to be a retirement lab. The idea is like a bunch of Monte Carlo simulations people can play around with. It should match the existing style of our website. But the idea that what makes this different, it's an advanced retirement lab. So it's not just based on the percent rule and everything else. It's going to be pretty advanced, like charting and different types of Monte Carlo simulations and variables, and it should be pretty advanced. So go ahead and try to implement this. I'm just going to do it for fun, see if we can make something cool. And then if it's cool, we might add it. But if it's not, we won't. It's determining whether you can retire or not. Okay, let me test this POC again. Okay, so this shouldn't just be percents, should have the actual. Interesting. I want you to actually include the numbers itself too. So like the breakdown of like not only the percents, but the revenue figures itself. Also, just make sure you are using the actual Microsoft data in your calculations from the DCF storage, right? And the financial storage in Firebase. Go ahead and find it if you're not. All right, let me check what's done here. CVS, right? Okay, so obvious problems. You've messed up. Take a look. Have we created a tutorial? I haven't yet, Daup. How's the vibe coding journey? It's pretty good. Enjoying it. I think I'd change to Cloud Pro Max for individual. What do you think about that? Cloud Pro Max is pretty good value, I'd say, compared to the API usage. Like probably saving 4 to 5x, something like this. That's what I kind of estimating. Yeah, so I'd say pretty good value if you're willing to spend that. Let's start on the same server. Server port. So I noticed you removed all of the things on the income statement. This is ideally not what we want. Can you explain why did you do this? The idea here is this, the following. The LLM is going to give us a recommendation for the percents to use for each on the income statement. And then you extrapolate the numbers based on the model. The reason why we're doing that is because it is our first iteration, we assume. The LLM has some intelligence, because it knows that the company's situation. So we trust it in our first iteration to give us a rough guideline for the numbers for each, like gross margin. If we don't have gross margin, we don't include it, but if we do, and then same thing with the other figures. I'm guessing it's partly because CVS, we don't have those things, right? We don't have a lot of the numbers because they don't really report it. And we have to calculate it. So is that why you removed it and now it looks like this? I think that is the case. Should be running now, the new one. So this is our second POC. We're adding an embedding model within to help people ask questions. And we're going to use it for a lot of reasons. Like, number one is for personalization, but also throughout the website gives them ideas. Oh, it's auto-completes / the question recommendation / it's going to be used for the personalization on today's brief. So this is, we're building out the POC first. Okay, so let me test it out. Yeah, it's pretty good. Let me put in some other stuff. That's pretty good. It does. I'm sure it doesn't have a very large question bank, but that's pretty good, I would say. And yeah, it probably will improve with the amount of questions. Like if we have more question bank data. So I am okay with this. Doubt. Let me put it in the disc on greetings from Russian developers. It's cool. I think Russia's a cool place. Cool architecture. Good authors. Use cloud code from different IPs at the same time. I don't see why it would be an issue, I guess. Oh, right. I don't know. You have to look at their terms of service. I'm not sure. Because maybe they don't allow multiple users to use the same account. I'm not sure. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, right? If we don't have the gross margin, we don't have these numbers, right? You can't really extrapolate anything. So I get why you did that. Yeah, that makes a bit of sense, I would say, to do that way, to do it that way. At least in the beginning. We can always calculate that later, but I don't know if it's considering these numbers are not right. Something's weird. Not really sure what. Anytime someone says that, I just tell them to look at these scenarios. Ella Marina, fundraising round, 1.7 billion. U.com, fundraising round, 1.5 billion. Yeah, I mean, that is what I say. Is technically, these are not incredible. I'm not gonna insult them, but I'm just saying. I think we can start integrating this one now. I think it's fine. I don't really see why we cannot. I think we can start to integrate this into our research page. So create an implementation plan for this. This is, it's gonna be called Integration MD. Okay, this is our other POC that is currently running. Go, I'm gonna take a look. If anyone knows how to fix that thing, doesn't matter how many times you remove the cache, eventually happens again. Oh, cool. So it generated a new, hopefully this finally fixes our bug with the same chart always being chosen. I would like to have some variety. Did you actually save it to Firestore, or did you just run it without doing that? I should always clarify because it tends to just run it without. Okay, great. Did a little test. Did you actually run it on Apple yet? Yeah, run it on Apple. So let's test Apple. All right, I'm gonna test this one too. So this is a little POC that we're working on. So you can see it says the difference in revenue. Okay. I think it looks roughly right. Let's go ahead and so now we're going to start the plan to okay, well, for a number of questions. Number one, did you make sure to hook this up to Firebase so we're actually using the right data that we have there? Oh, it's actually using the D3 charts for our retirement lab. Nice. Hopefully it'll look good. Actually, let me double check what that said. So one thing to note, we actually already have all these preferences in our preferences. So you can go ahead and do a little audit of what we have in the profile preferences. That's what you're going to use. You're going to need a little bit of a summary though to fit it within the token limit for the embedding model. So you're going to have a little, the way this should work is it's on the initial, whenever a user saves, changes their preferences, we run a little LLM summarization to fit it within the token limit. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. Let me think. Never mind. We don't want to do that, but go ahead and look at the profile preferences, and we're going to somehow fit that within the token limit. So we just take parts of it and we're just sticking it together and try to fit it. See if you can run a little experiment on that. Please go use the profile preferences and fit it within the limits of the embedding model input. Didn't trigger with my butt. Yeah, we want it to be a live connection. So go ahead. That's the next step, is you're going to actually go look at the how we're connecting it currently. You can go ahead and look at the Data Explorer page. That's where we do it. And you can do the same. So the embedding model, it's going to show right here some questions, and then you'll be able to click a refresh. I suppose we'll probably replace this. Actually, we just replace this with the embedding model. This is perfect right here. We don't need two separate question areas.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
I actually don't see it. Are you sure that it's there? Double check the logs. Oh yeah, we got some errors.
Dreams collide. A wave in time. Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will. The beneath the clouds. Have you seen it? A characteristic. Dreams collide. Dreams collide. Have you seen it? Yet I'm sure the waves beneath the clouds. No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide.
Okay, let me check Apple.
Beneath the stars I carve my way.
I notice this tends to happen when there's a lot of changes at the same time.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey. I won't obey.
Oh, nice. That was just a UI. That was just a display issue. Cool. That looks about right. Something was weird with CVS, though. I'm gonna go find a model real quick. Something seems off with this model, but I can't quite pinpoint what it is. Hey, it's actually pretty good. Okay. That was a pretty good first iteration. Huh. I really like this. This is a really cool graph, actually. Survival of the how long you'll live, or survival of the how much money you have left. Actually, kind of good. I think we might add this. Actually, kind of like it. I like Opus. Yeah, Danny, I saw that today. The only thing is, I think we're gonna go ahead and add this. The only thing is, Something seems maybe a little off though. Let me check. Yeah, I mean, something is definitely not right. I should have commas and everything, but anyways. I'm just gonna shove it all in there. Something seems not quite right, given the probability of ruin and the amount, and the percentage withdrawal rate should be 100% almost. So something's wrong with the math here. Merzik, feel free to try that on yourself, because you can just download Anti-Gravity and then run it. Run whatever you like. You get some free credits. So. Oh yeah, open code, another option as well. A lot of people like it. All right, cool. Now it's time to integrate all 500 companies. You're going to try to complete this implementation. You're giving the high-level themes. Obviously, you can't include all. I assume there's like going to be 10 to 12,000, something like this. Can't include all of them. On the front end, which should allow me to come up with some interface so that will make sense. I should be able to like search it, and then I can find the themes to add, something like this. And then I can set my own values. So there's no sliders anymore, just like people are selecting their own values. I'm just gonna, since this is a POC, I'm just gonna see what it does, see how far it can get, and then if it can't get very far. Actually, speaking of that, I'm gonna commit some of these POCs because they're actually not too bad. And we'll send that one out. understand why we need that, so I'm probably not committing that. Okay. You don't like Google? How do you avoid Google software? Google software is in everything almost. Wait, you're on YouTube. Dude, you're on YouTube. You failed. I'm sorry. Maybe he draws the line at downloading. He can use it, but he can't download it. I don't really care about this right now. We can actually integrate it. It's fine. Now you can actually go ahead and integrate this. I think it's ready to go on the research page. Go ahead and replace. You see where the current questions are here. You're going to start with replacing those with 3 questions. Add a refresh button. A little refresh. Somewhere there. That would make sense. Try to keep the changes pretty scoped though. Like, yeah, you're going to add a new endpoint, but do not change much of the existing code. In fact, you probably need to change nothing on the back end except adding the endpoint and things. Hey, Hardhead, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I mean, technically. Well, you know, to each their own. You know. Cool. I'm gonna try this again. Where is it started? Oh yeah, it's on the same. Oh, I see the problem. I see some problem where you have the desired annual spending, and then you have the withdrawal rate separate, but those are the same ideas, so it's kind of confusing. How did I fix this? What was the problem? Oh, it was. All right, so what you said here, we're trying to develop a long-term fix for all. What exactly happened here? Why is this value so different? And where did it come from? Sorry, Merzuka. I don't really mind Google myself. They make lots of cool software. And a lot of it's free. At least from a monetary perspective. This issue is starting to bother me now. It's whenever we're making a lot of changes, I'm trying to fix it. I tend to get these whenever we're making a lot of changes at the same time. Can you look online? What are the fixes for this? I think it should be the opposite. It works backwards from what the person needs. Not from the percent. I think you should do it the opposite way. You work backwards from what the user says they need currently. And then you know, one of the options is they can choose like the other options, and then it will have them enter, you know, for example, they choose VPW, right? Then they can enter like what's the lowest they could go, and then you can build a thing. Do that with the other ones too. The withdrawal strategy, it's basically they enter and then they have to fill in some stuff. The fixed rate, I don't think you actually have to, I'm not sure you have to form for that one, because it's just the what you're withdrawing. Why do I see it as 6 p.m. in Los Angeles? Should have set for you. I still see it as 25%. So why? I am confused. Some people value, yeah. Fair enough, Rizoka. That makes sense. It's hard to avoid their software though, that's for sure. I learned that people, as long as they aren't. So. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying like people generally don't care about the privacy stuff. Okay, it's mostly a problem in our calculation there. A little tricky, Oh no. Wow. I'm just curious how long this has been open. This dude says this. Is this true? I don't think we have this package. But maybe it's... maybe we do. I just don't know it. No, I don't think I am. I guess do a double check though. Are there other packages that we have that maybe cause this problem? Also, is there any way we could fix this, like realistically speaking? Like, I mean, do you actually know the root cause of what's causing this? Hey, just a guy. How's it going? I got into it because I it's my Linux distro. I got into it because I like building stuff, and I like this process.
Carry me home through the unknown, and we fall through time endlessly.
This is what I'm doing currently. I'll probably be doing it for a while. That's kind of my plan. I really enjoy working on this stuff, so I'm gonna keep building. I'm applied like YC and some other places, and try to get customers. It'll be fun. Okay, so a lot of exciting things I'm going to try. I have a feeling many things won't work on the first go. As we can see, we have another cache thing. We're trying to fix that because it has been a little annoying sometimes. I'm trying to work on my stuff. Okay, I see no questions came up, so that means probably some error. Let me take a look. I don't really see a log here. I loaded the research page. Did it reach the right endpoint? Did you hook it up to the front end? Oh, it actually worked. It was just very slow. Okay, it actually worked. It was just quite slow. It took probably at least 5 seconds. Any idea how we could speed this up? Let me take a look at the logs. Anything here that could help you? If not, you might need to add logs because I don't see anything. Quest took 7 seconds. Oh, it could be a kind of one of these like slow boot up things, gold starts. That happens because of the code change. Oh yeah, it's much faster now. Just we should probably add some like loading thing. Ideally, it's even faster than that though. You could just preload it. I think we could just preload it for the user. So we just preload 3 when the user first makes their first request to the page. That's a little tricky though. When would we actually preload it? Depending on, I guess if they go directly to the research page, we can't really do any preloading. Or maybe we can. We could just have like a time cron or something. We update the 3 questions. Or maybe like, oh, I got it. So you populate it with 3. You only populate it with a new 3. Like you populate it with 3 as soon as the user is created. And you only populate new ones when they use it. Or a certain amount of time. So it could be like 24 hours, maybe 48 hours, then you can repopulate it. Something like this. Let's develop a plan for that. It's not really a big deal, but it can help with the speed. I think I'm gonna save this. Just save this as a doc for now. Put it here. Optimization. Oh yeah, let me check the retirement page. So this is using our embedding model now. We pass in their portfolio and their preferences, and it'll come up with good questions that they can send over for research. And we're gonna add more stuff now after it makes that document. Very cool. So it's very wrong again. Maybe it's because of the Social Security thing. That looks very wrong. We have a at the time he teaches how to install the no, I'm not gonna do that. Sorry, I get a lot of crypto spammers on my account, so I'm not really sure if you're a crypto person or not. But yeah, I'm not really interested in that kind of thing. So if you're interested in that kind of thing, just kind of do your own research, I would say. This window is like totally spazzing out. Wake up. I'm gonna upgrade then. Maybe that was what they fixed. Now, the heck? Do you suggest cloud code? Yeah, I like cloud code. Open code also people like, so if you're interested. What were we doing here? Well, probably remember. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and go ahead and implement the autocomplete now. But we need to develop a plan. How do you think this should work for the embedding model? It doesn't appear to be that fast. However, it's going to be faster. I think autocomplete is a situation where we should maybe reconsider if we can run that in the browser. Nice. Google Fonts. You don't really need 12. Yeah, like realistically, what is TurboPack giving us that is worth this problem? Give me the rundown here. What does it actually give us? You don't like AI generated music? Yeah, just remove that because it's pretty annoying, this problem. So remove this TurboPack thing. Yeah, some people like open code. I really like Opus 4.5, so I'm sticking with cloud code for the moment. Hey, I'm building a financial platform. Gives you lots of insights and data based on the companies you own, what sectors you're interested in. And you think of it as a data platform like this site, Yipit Data. We provide insights and analysis for retail investors. Yeah, I've heard some people like open code. This is pretty simple math, so something is fundamentally wrong with this. I'm going to investigate. Oh, I see what's going on. In the Monte Carlo, are you just like baking in the 7.5% average return for all the simulations? This should be an advanced Monte Carlo, right? Like, you shouldn't bake that in if that's what you're doing. Like, we want this to be for a conservative type of person. The type of person that wouldn't just bake in an average return like this. It should be they can actually customize it themselves too. Like, and you're gonna put in a little section for that as well. Hey, Sahan. Oh, thank you. No, not really. I guess inspired maybe by, like, if you guys know Bogleheads. Yeah, no, it's just I'm kind of building it for myself in a way. So I guess I'm inspired by the Drunken Miller podcast, where he's like, I get 200 charts every day based on what happened. I thought that was a cool idea. I kind of want to receive a bunch of charts that I can look at based on my portfolio and what I'm trying to do. Realistically, though, I don't know if autocomplete on the research page is going to be that valuable, now that I'm thinking about it. What do you think? Monte Carlo. Yeah, let's go ahead and run today's brief for Saturday. So just trigger it for Saturday, January 10th. We'll try it one more time. We're trying to figure out this thing where it's like only choosing bar charts. We did make a change and we deleted the old one. So hopefully this will work. Oh, Greppy has failed. Why? Let's take a look. Greppy is our tool to save us tokens and it has failed us. Yeah, it does sometimes, for sure. Take a look at this error. This happened with Greppy. However, looks like it's now working. This is just try to find out what happened, because we're trying to make it good. Hey, Newt, it's a data platform for investors. Helps answer their questions. Gives them insights, similar to Yipit Data, but for retail investors. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. It doesn't really make sense. So let's go ahead and we're going to implement that plan above, which was here. Probably going to commit actually before I continue. This is fine.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
Yeah, probably product hunt, a mix of different things we've kind of been working on. Also, I posted the charts on Twitter using our admin page. Let's take a look at this. Looks like a cache corruption or something.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey.
There we go. Finally, some realistic numbers.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey.
Oh, it's still doing this fixed 4% rule thing, which is why it's still not like totally accurate. Again, these kind of conflict, right? You have two separate ideas. You have the withdrawal strategy, and then you have a desired annual spending. You should actually work backwards from the desired annual spending. It's what we talked about before. But having both of these things is confusing to the user. The idea is the user actually, you know what? Let's just keep it simple. Let's just use this withdrawal strategy as percents. That's fine. Just remove the desired annual spending for now. It's not really a big deal. Plan to do some ads. Probably no ads. This is kind of a premium offering, I would say. So it's mostly subscription based. Yeah, all of it's subscription based, I would say. The only reason I say mostly is we might make this app, this newsfeed area, public. So these are the old charts, but all right, we're currently generating the one for today. All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'll see you guys in a moment. It's called Prism Data Feed.
Distant whispers rise up unbound. Feel the air, hear the sound. Feet on fire, I trace the ash. Wild winds howl as echoes crash. Underneath the full moon. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
Hello.
Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
I don't really like this song. It's too many like squeals.
Take my hand, we'll dance unbound. Take my hand, we'll dance unbound.
It's just because Olama wasn't running, which we made a little script that it boots it up. So that's why it started to work later. Thanks, Aku. Even if we get 1% of the way there, I'll be happy. I will live with the shame. Well, this was our huge task. Let's see if it actually completed this. I haven't tried that Tantheon. Or the shot, I'd say. I like the CLI personally. Interesting. Okay. Wow, okay. Hey, you know what? This is actually not too bad. So the idea is you have like a specific like theme you think is going to be better than expected or whatever, right? And you could try to. Why would GM be on this list though? So, oh, actually, that kind of makes sense. Never mind. Can you explain how did you implement did you actually bring in the DCFs from Firebase for all of these, or did you just put in some hard-coded stuff? No, right, I would assume. Adam Scott. I look him up. Okay. I was looking up who Adam Scott was. Oh, that's funny. People told me I look like him before. It's not bad. It's not bad. Assuming it's working as it's told me it is, which is a big question. But the first thing we need to fix before we integrate this is our DCF data is not like super great. So if that's not great, then what we type in here is not that interesting. And then obviously the UI would be different, but also I'm pretty sure the somehow the negative is not. Yeah, let's see if we can fix that. Something's not quite hooked up as far as when you set it to be negative. It's not changing any values, so I'm curious. Try to figure out what happened. Also, some of these I'm not really too sure why they're included. For example, MGM probably wouldn't have aerospace demand as a theme, so something is a little strange. So this guy's is just a little proof of concept, so I don't really care that much about it. I usually just like let it see if we can figure it out, and then it doesn't really matter too much. Just discard it if it's bad.
Stay close, fade out.
So I feel like these derived values, so we're not using the derived debt anymore. Okay, so we're just going to rely on the net debt figure, and that's always going to be correct for all companies, right? That little tag. Oh, thanks, Tandion. Yeah, today I spent 2 hours just making songs. I found a new prompt. I put it on the Discord. It's pretty good. Like every time I generate, it'd be like totally different and interesting. It just requires. It actually really matters what you put as the lyrics. I realized today. Yeah, I'm using Cloud Code, and I'm using Opus 4.5. Right now we're working on a few proof of concepts and features, and trying to fix things as well. There's a few things we're trying to fix today. Uh, 0%. I don't really like crypto, to be honest with you. So let's test it out. I just don't really see it as creating any value. Other assets create value. Crypto creates some value, but it's usually for countries that have like destabilized currencies and things like this. And a lot of criminal activity. So it's okay. I don't like hate it. It's just not my favorite type of thing to put money into, I would say. That's what I would say. That's just for me. You know, everyone has their own thoughts about it. So it's just my opinion. Do not take it too seriously. This did not load in. They all sound generically EDM. Yeah, I would say these were not the new ones. I'll play some of the newer songs that I've been working on. These ones sound a little more interesting. Oh, I put lyrics into them. I don't know, I kind of like the lyrics, but you know, obviously everyone has different taste in music.
Carry me home through the unknown, and we fall through time endlessly. And we fall through time.
It is important that this data is reasonably good. Go ahead and save this as a doc. We're going to keep a running doc of all the data fixes we need to do over time, so it should be located here. Uh, 480p webcam. Is it really that low? I don't think it is. It's probably just when you first load in the page, it's bad quality. I just like my blanket. It's warm. Got shit on you. I'd say, yeah, start with the fundamentals. Build projects for yourself, and you can learn, use AI as a teacher too. But yeah, definitely. Just start with the fundamentals that don't change, you know, software engineering concepts, security, caching, deployment stuff, these kinds of things. See a differently wide change. You know, everyone has their own things they like to invest in, I guess. And that is okay. All right, we're going to test this page. No problem. Low bit rates. Interesting. Well, I don't really know why that would be. I think maybe I know, but I have to look into it. I never noticed it had low quality or anything. I think it's running 7. I have to look. This is reasonably good. The UI is okay, but I like the graph. The graph's cool. D3, nice library. Pretty cool. I'm just gonna leave it for now. We'll integrate it in eventually, and we'll make some changes, UI changes. But I don't really feel like doing UI stuff at the moment. So I'm not going to commit that yet. I'm just checking a few things. Okay, these are all the POCs. Once we integrate them, we'll just remove the folder and just delete all the old stuff. Favorite language? Musical lyrics doesn't survive death of an author. Bard. Okay. I take it you don't like AI music. It's good enough, you know. I'm not saying it's better. It's just good enough for background music. What's your favorite language? I don't really know. I don't really have a favorite. Cool. So we're just going to keep this running doc and we'll fix it at some point. But now I'm going to look at those two, make sure the data is looking a little better, and then we'll run it for the rest of the companies. Hey, Tricker, how's it going? That's kind of annoying. Yeah. Okay. For some reason, if you change it to 2, as soon as you change it to 1, it goes down 100%. Strangeness. Yeah, so obviously these should be changeable. There's a few things, I mean, we should be bringing these into the model. There's no reason why we cannot, and then we can make a better thing that they could mess around with. I'll take a look at this. We should be able to put the operating income into the projection DCF, and as well as the net income, and they can mess around with that. From the operating income, we can. I notice we can also modify the FCF margin, so fix that as well. I just don't like, gotcha. Rizzoka. Why would BLDR be affected by aerospace demand? That makes no sense. It's a home builder. So it's mapping probably from the industries to the companies is not very good. It's just doing like a really simple. You need to start with a much more robust basically you need to build a so we start with that, right? You build a script here's the first step for us to make this better. We're going to build a script that we're going to run for all the companies that is going through the LLM. So you're going to use the Gemini 3 Flash preview model. Trust me, it is released and available. So please use that one. And then you're going to run all these companies through this to create this deconstruction of their of the themes that correspond to them. And this is what you're going to use instead of what you've done. So it's going to be replacing the mapping. And let's just start with 10 companies to start, and then we'll run a little experiment. You're going to not have the others show up now, because we're going to just nail it down for 10, and then we'll expand it. Yeah, thanks, Vivek. So I think we can close this. I'm kind of done with the retirement lab for now. I think it's pretty good. And we'll probably bring it in below the research tab when we probably do the UI tomorrow on that guy. It's pretty good already, though, I would say. Just needs some tweaking. So I'm thinking under the research tab, it's going to be, so you click, you go to the chat, but it's going to be the Data Explorer, which is this page. And then it's going to be the Advanced Screener, which is what we're working on over here. So their other page here. And then the third one is going to be the Retirement Lab. And I think that's probably, we'll just focus on those for a while, try to make them really good. See if the new one is generated yet. Okay, some sort of problem. I had the logs in mine. Hey, Ben. No, I do this. This is what I do. It's an investor data platform for investors. Gives you insights based on your portfolio, what you care about, what sectors you're interested in. It's kind of like Yipit data, but for retail investors. Gives you lots of charts. I will show it once we generate our brief for today. We're loading in new charts, new styles. Yeah. I guess to show the charts while it's loading. It's kind of like charts like this. A lot of times we're testing bugs. But yeah, it's like, these are two companies. But you can ask any generic question like this. We generate these questions for the user. So this will be on the today's brief based on their portfolio, and we use our data to answer it. And there's lots of metadata for the charts, so you can ask like tons of questions about it and generate it. Really anything, like not anything, but a lot of things. So I can ask, what is the distribution of 3-month returns? Generates this kind of graph. You can be as specific as you want. You could say, what is the distribution of 3-month returns when Chinese stocks go down? Blah blah blah, things like this. AP Visual, Qualtron. Yeah. It's kind of like you can do historical backtests and all sorts of stuff with natural language. It's kind of the idea. But it's more that it's feeding you data. It's giving you interesting insights. You don't need to think about it too much. You don't need to come up with the questions.
Tumbling through the centuries. Where did we begin?
And we descend through. Waitlist.
Do we need this? I notice it's not showing up, so it's possible the recent changes. Oh, I see. It's this last optimization had some problems. So I'm probably just going to discard these changes for now. So suggestions and the user service. Rate limited. I have discarded these changes. Double check I didn't miss anything, as the recommendations for questions are not showing. It's possible I missed something that you added here. Yeah, we have 3 different plans. AP Visual, how's it going? One is 19, another is 35, and the third is 99.99. But during the waitlist, it'll be much cheaper. Next.js, TypeScript, and the Python Flask. Tailwind. Use the IDE and terminal. What are you talking about? I'm always using the terminal. This is a terminal. And I don't use IDEs at all, really. I use NeoVim if I'm editing code. I don't really have any installed except anti-gravity. Testing if it's going to load or not. Hey, Yaku. I like the confidence. It's supposed to be kind of accessible, I think, is the idea, though. Go ahead and add some logging, as we do not see it. Therefore, something is wrong. Oh, I know what it is, probably.
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars.
There we go. So these are our auto suggestions. Hey, Hexpatcher, how's it going? I think the most important thing is, okay, it's been generated and saved. Hopefully this is fixed, because if it is, that will be a huge thing.
Have you seen it? Yet I am sure
Phew. It's using the old charts still, so somehow it saved the, which is interesting. Yeah, so looks like it saved the old charts instead of D3, so something has been changed here. So we actually did have the D3 working on most things, but what we were changing is that it would generate different types of charts, not just the bar charts. Can you evaluate why didn't it generate D3 charts? I mean, I do like that it had a variance, though. That was kind of the point. But hey, Martian, it's a data platform for investors. Thanks, Asher. I'm thinking about what to do, because I need to get the DCF thing, but that is what this is doing, so I can't really do run that script while it's being edited, so I have to do something else. All right, the emails are not working. That's another thing. So go ahead and take a look at today's brief. Basically where the scheduler is calling the entry point to today's brief. It's not actually sending the emails, and that's the. I want you to find 3 potential reasons why. To myself, oh, he's still coding. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's pretty fun, I would say. Let's see what my usage is today. Okay. A little dicey. Nothing here. I'm gonna close this one. I know it's not the first 2. It's actually none of those, interestingly. It's we know for sure it's none of those actually. So there's you got to look a little more closely. We're gonna investigate. The next thing is a UI thing. On the research, we're kind of thinking it's gonna be a drop down. So you click the research, you go to the chat, but then there's gonna be 3 pages under the research. So Data Explorer, Retirement Lab, and Advanced Stock Screener. But I want you to make a design for it and put it here. Give me a couple. Give me like 5 options. The token's expensive. Yeah, reasonably, I would say. Cloud Code subscription is $200 a month. So. I was kind of just thinking this. Not even sure what that one's supposed to be. Yeah, I mean, it's just it's pretty simple. The only question I have about this though is like when you click the research, how do you determine whether it's going to be the drop down or actually send you to the chat? Yeah, probably just name it chat, right? Is there any other option? I think that's pretty much our only option, right? As far as like navigation. Adding it on more horizontal ones is going to look kind of messy. I don't really like this song. I'm going to change it. I like Cloud Code personally. I need to generate more songs, man. Hey, check back tomorrow. You have any programming knowledge? Yeah. I was an engineer before for 4 years. Interesting. Let's check this out. So I should be able to edit this. Oh, but we can't hook it up. That's part of the problem. I don't like those changes at all, actually. One of the issues is with these models, right? Like, if we don't have it all hooked up, we can't. For example, right now, if you change the operating income percent, it's not actually making any impact on the fair value, which is a little strange, right? So explain to me how you would hook it up to go all the way through before we continue. And then I think if this is not, if that's a little too dicey, we're going to keep it how it was before for these particular companies that don't have all the data. Until we move on to version 2, which will have more sophisticated extraction. It's actually, it didn't send even when it did exist. So there's some sort of other problem, probably related to number 2 or number 3. Immediately bin the Skrillex. I don't like it. My understanding is like basically in the scenarios where you don't have all the data, right? So in this case, like CVS, right? We don't have gross margin. We don't have a few other things. It's impossible to make it populate all the way through unless we make some like weird assumptions. So then in that case, we should only include the things that they can edit that matter. But in the other scenarios where we have all the data, then we can make it populate all the way through. Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and try that. I use the subscription GFresh. But yeah, it costs money. Oh, it's not. Okay, I didn't even actually consider that. You could technically have it in the sidebar here. You could do that. A little weird though. Interesting. Okay, actually go ahead and give me some designs for that as well. Put it in the same document. I just replaced the old one. Okay, I'm letting this one run for a while. I have some others on this other screen. Okay, I'm gonna look at this. What is the document called? UI design research. That actually look good. Like tools. to yank it. Okay, I kind of like this. Can you implement a little, implement this and we'll take a look. Okay, that might work. Currently it's running the pipeline. When is Waitlist for testing beta live yet? Right now we do have a bug. Well, it's not really a bug. It's just that we reached the limit on the free limit of viral loops. So we're actually probably going to implement that. I guess we could do that. We did technically already, actually. Just have to validate it. It's on another branch. I need to do that at the end of today. Today or tomorrow. Oh, I added this. Looks pretty bad, I would say. It also just doesn't really make sense here. Like, it's just kind of weird. So I don't really know. Maybe it could be like a little thing here. And what if we put it here, like some sort of icon that they can click? I mean, the con to that, it's not very discoverable. So there are some downsides. But yeah, I definitely don't like it where you put it, so let's just remove it. Sounds good, Tom. Yeah, that'd be cool. Definitely appreciate it. Playing on my Cloud Code Max.
One can live with the wonder, a limit of the mind. I carve my way, the world's alive, and we know the way. Beneath the stars, beneath the stars.
Okay, let me go check this out. I think it's basically just what it was before. I'm gonna look at Apple too, though, just to make sure.
Beneath the stars, beneath the stars.
So when I export it to CSV, do you have all the connections hooked up so we can go ahead and export it and take a look at the formulas you did? Actually, that would be kind of nice. How would we implement that? Because the idea is we want to validate your calculations. And the way you do that in Excel is you can very easily open up the formulas and take a look. So I guess we could try to implement it in some similar way to that. But explain to me first how you would do it. Because it's not quite right, I'm pretty sure, as far as the actual numbers, or rather the final calculation. So I just want to look at the formulas. Linus started vibe coding. Really? That's kind of surprising. Wait, Linus Torvalds? I'll look this up. Does the max 200 plan allow you to run 3 parallel? Yeah. Yeah. I've never hit a rate limit per se, but I have hit this, these. Actually, no, I never did. I got close, really close one time, which was last week. But this week is it's not going so hot for me. I'm at 50%. 3 days in. Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the hover. The reason is it's just a lot more discoverable. So it's the hover over research. If you click research, you go to the chat. But if you hover over, you can click these other tools. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But we will also have it so like when you hover, it shows the chat as an option as well. It's just if you click just the research, you end up going to the chat. That's kind of the default sort of page. You can actually even hook this up to our POCs already. You can implement this. We'll just take a look. Now it's the $200 one, Alex. It's actually pretty crazy. I'll keep me on it. It's actually pretty crazy that I am doing 50%. Yeah, exactly. But before you do that, I want you to implement first that I can actually go in and look at the formulas myself and edit them. This is a little tricky, right? Inherently. I actually don't have it so I can edit them. Just have it so I can view them. That's the point. I'm trying to validate your calculations. I think your calculations are incorrect. I'm trying to figure out why. And that's going to make it easier for me to debug. If I can go click the cell, get the formula. Yeah, that's going to be hard. None, you might need to use the API, but that will be very expensive. Oh, nice, Tom. It actually worked. Really? Let me look at the viral loops.
Carry me home through the unknown, and we fall through
Oh, yeah.
time.
Oh, yeah, it works. Very nice. Yeah, it still works. They're reasonable about it. They still let it collect its stuff, even though the trial technically ended. Let me check Gremlin. Hey, Artuni. It's not live. 15-minute delayed. It's just, hey Tom, it's just really easy to hook up, but it's also very easy to implement. The reason is because I kind of like that they had the that thing where like if people invite their friends, you go up the waitlist. But honestly, that's also easy to implement. So I just did it because it's very simple. You just quickly plug it into the front end and boom. But I'm not going to pay for it. No, it's not that interesting. Yeah. Hey, Artoni, is it rate limiting? Hey, Artoni, it's pretty expensive to get live price updates. It's actually very expensive. I just want to see, I'm waiting for this to run because I want to see that it sends the emails, and I'll close this one. Let me continue. Yeah. How did you, Hey, Gremlin, you're actually not showing up on the... Oh, never mind. Yeah, I actually don't see you on here somehow. Interesting. Maybe it was like at the beginning, some sort of bug. Feel free to try again. Seems to be working. Tom just did it, so I think it's maybe working. Yeah, sure, Gremlin. Feel free. I don't see it for some reason, so I think some sort of something happened. Let me know if you get an error or something. All right, guys, I'll be right back again. I'm gonna grab another coffee. It's a long day. Be back.
We collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again and and still we fight, knowing how it we collapse into the moment again and again, and collapse into the moment again and again. We collapse into the moment again and again.
Nice, Gremlin. Thanks for adding yourself. Cool. Oh, nice. Okay, so this is what it would look like. Appears to be a little bit strange. Thanks, Lips. Menus. I think in general, you can use AI to help you find problems, but you should probably not rely on it. Because you should probably know that stuff before you deploy, I would say. And just kind of go through, it's pretty important to, like, you can use AI to help you audit, but just don't make it your, like, the whole thing for how you're figuring out if your app is secure or not, right? That's what I would say about that. So I'd say, like, invest time in learning the fundamentals there. All right, let's fix the spacing. The spacing is weird on the research. Please fix that. But overall, I think this is fine. The only thing is, like, when we have too many, this is going to get a little bit dicey. I think in the initial iteration, we're not going to have that many. Hey, Anarchy. How's it going? Welcome back. I think I'm going to save this one as a checkpoint because we'll just come back to it later. So once this runs, hopefully it'll send the email. That we don't have to come back to it. Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Same old stuff working on the site. Nice, I think it's roughly right. Actually, it still looks... No, it is right, I think. Yeah, okay. Cool, just soak up the retirement lab with the same header and everything. You don't need to have the retirement lab text stuff. You just replace the old header with the new header. Also, make sure that the retirement lab is hooked up with light mode and everything if you haven't already. Using a factory droid. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to probably hit the limit. And so I can only imagine if you're using one of these, like, agents that are injecting in a lot of context and stuff, probably much easier to hit the limits there. Really, Alex? Interesting. Huh. I noticed there's a bug here where if like we send one of these chats and the chart fails, it just like stays here where you can't click into it. So we should probably fix that. There's a bug, like let's say you send a chat and it goes to the chart generation pipeline and then it fails. It's going to just say new conversation. And when you click it, nothing happens. I think in these cases, I think it should just be, you know, they can click back into it. It's still saved as a conversation. It's just saved, the message is just saved as an error, right? And they can still click back in and see the error.
Tumbling through the centuries. Where did we begin?
And we descend through Waitlist.
We removed Turbo Pack just to try to avoid this error, and it did not work. Okay, that helps a little bit. It'd be nice if we could. I think it should be like all the inputs are above. Maybe not actually. Actually going to test this. I'm going to enable no reload. Okay, these labels are getting a little... So one thing we don't ever do is limit the amount. The user can request for as many points as they want, and sometimes that makes weird graphs. Anchor. Maybe at some point we just like stop. We will limit it, I guess, maybe 10. So that way it doesn't get all jumbled up. What's going on here? Why is this staying so long? Any ideas what happened here? Swiss. The video download was canceled. Not to my knowledge. I think the stream's running. I don't know why I'd be talking about video downloads. But I will double check. This is weird. Just double check for the D3 charts, we implemented chart metadata, right? We did not break that with the D3 charts. This is very critical that this is not broken. I don't think so, because I tested that earlier. So maybe just a strange error. Hey, as we use Cloud Code. Hey, Swiss, I think it's on your end. I guess I can check Twitch. But... Oh, you're right. It actually is. Twitch is having some issues. So never mind. Sorry, Swiss. Feel free to watch on the YouTube. Try to fix that later. Oh, okay, gotcha. So I think we're good. And this will work now, probably. I will check. Hey Sushi, I believe you're correct. Something's wrong with the Twitch. Don't know how to fix it at the moment. I will check after. Okay, so thanks, Lepto. I had the Ralph Wiggum. It's fine. Yeah, it hurts your credit usage. It looks like the similar error. So this particular error is one specific to the drawdown. So I'm going to try it again. Oh my gosh, it's the same. I swear to God. As soon as I see it, I'm like, what the hell? And I know it's because I did not remove that. Yeah, 2 Cloud Code Maxes. That's great. There we go. That works. Here are the steps. Go ahead and delete what's in Firestore currently, and then you're going to run it for Saturday, the insights on the afternoon. And you're going to run the today's brief. All right, it's time to commit some stuff. I don't know if this works yet. Let me see. This one's a little harder to test because I need an error. I'll probably just leave it here for now. When we're testing, we'll probably get one day. Let me go look at that one. So the idea is if we're missing anything, then we just default to the simple one. This will be called the simple DCF, where we just are missing stuff and we cannot build it correctly. However, I still think this is wrong. I just do not have the evidence. I do not know what exactly is wrong. What I need to do is I'll probably go download a model later and then compare, because it just looks wrong. I'll just look at one of these bad ones. I guess what I'll do is just, it doesn't take very long. I'll just make one in Excel and then compare and then understand what exactly happened here. The formulas have to all be right, like when you hook it up. Anyways, I think it's okay at the moment. Comfortable debugging on Safari. Yeah, I don't have any problems. Codecs. Yeah, definitely Opus 4.5. We tried a little bit iOS development and it wasn't very good. So maybe there's something else better. All right, I'm gonna commit some stuff. This is we will commit it, but we'll probably remove all these later. Haven't been able to test this yet. This works as far as I can tell. This needs an extra header, require owner, because it has a user ID. This needs the require owner header. Go ahead and decorator. Go ahead and add that to our cloud rules. So basically, if anything includes, any endpoint includes the user ID, it should automatically put in the require owner decorator. Yeah, I tried iOS development with cloud. It wasn't very good, fortunately. The UI was, could not make anything good, at least in the couple hours that we were trying it. Oh yeah, that's right. Because the require authenticates the user, and then once you get it, then but I will double check that later to make sure. Great. Swift skills for codecs. Tried those with cloud. Nice. So you actually tried that with iOS development. It was pretty good. Maybe worth a shot. Haven't tested that yet. Okay. So. Yeah, go ahead and implement the. So when you export to Excel, it should have all the formulas hooked up already. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna download that and test it out, but you need to actually implement that and make sure it all hooks up with the right cells. This is a good experiment to see if it can do this well. I'm not really sure. Never tried it with Excel. Yeah, reference images. Yeah, for sure. Same thing for me. If you have, you can draw things out and things like this. It helps. So sometimes a little funny with the drawing though, because it'll put in artifacts from the drawing because it didn't understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, I've heard of Ghosty. It seems to be pretty fast. Okay, cool. Okay. Nice guys. Some things to try. It's a little slow, I would say. I've never tried a question like that, so I'm kind of curious what it will do. Hey, see you later, man. Okay, interesting. I see that the data points are maybe a little too granular because it's kind of laggy. We probably don't need 100 years worth of data. That is probably a little excessive considering INTC. We don't even have that much data. But cool. I guess you can ask questions like this. Let's try another question like this. So, I'm just curious how involved you can get with this kind of question. Yeah. So it goes back 100 years, or I guess more like 80 years. But close enough. That's. But it gets kind of laggy if you do that. So I think we should probably smooth points or have less points. So I'm seeing if it's answering it with the chart metadata or not. I'm gonna ask this question because I'm just curious if it what it stored. I don't think that's right. That seems off. Let me look at the script. Interesting. I asked this question. I think there's something wrong with the script as it shows since 2010, the returns would have been sushi. The user can specify what they want. We just haven't artificially limited it for them yet. So we just kind of, given that I'm still testing, I haven't really put a lot of limits as far as like, okay, we're only going to do 30 years and we're not going to allow the user to add 20 different x-axis. Like I could request 50 x-axis points and it'll try to do it, but it would just look really bad. Oh, interesting. So the script is right, but it assumes when the user says that kind of question that they're doing auto rebalancing. So in other words, every time it goes up, you sell to keep it the same percent. So that's why it barely returned as much, because you keep selling the stocks that are doing well. So interesting. So I guess it's technically not wrong. So I'm going to try asking the same question again, but it's kind of interesting. So in these kinds of questions, it doesn't, the LLM chooses not to call our helper functions. It writes the scripts itself. But we have a lot of helper functions. It's like a library the LLM could call. But in this case, it chooses not to call it at all, because the question doesn't really align with any of our normal questions. So it kind of builds its own script, which is kind of cool. It's like the final iteration where like people can. It takes longer though. That's kind of the downside, but it still can answer the question, I guess. Yeah, that looks about right. Is that really true though? If you rebalance, it's quite a difference. Anyways. Yeah, I'm gonna stop it now. No. It's kind of annoying. All right, we're having some issues. Take a look at this. Can you still get these logs? Can you pick them up for me and point me to the specific error? It's kind of annoying because like these are long-running tasks, and there's an error, and I just want to see the error. And then I can investigate and fix it. Before it does stuff, because it tries to fix it. I'd just like to see it. Do you happen to see the error here by chance? Okay, here's the fix though, right? We've already fixed this before. It's in the question pipeline. Why do we have to serialize the data for Firestore because we already have this function completed. And take a look here. We fixed this for the chat. When you go through the chat endpoint, when it finally saves the data, we actually fixed all that. And so what we should do is extract that out into another section. We're just going to call another file, and it should be just some Firebase Firestore save chart or something. And then you're going to use it also in the today's brief pipeline, so that we don't have to re-implement this again. So you see where you put this? You're going to remove that and you're going to replace it with the right logic for this. It's only for some charts, it's not all charts. It's like the, if I remember correctly, it's the range band chart or something. I have another one running over here. Let me pull it over. Hey Bed, how's it going? Yeah, we have different days. But I think I did lose a day because there was that one day where I delayed till like 12, so I wouldn't run out of credits. So I think technically I lost a day. But that's fine. It is what it is. I guess I have to restart the counter. That is the only solution. How's it going, Vid? Yeah, this will be interesting. So I'm going to export this. I'm going to try out all the formulas. So this is a test to see how good it is at Excel. Today do 16 hours. Oh, there you go. Yeah, gotta catch up. Maybe. Not today, though. Long day today. All right, export this. Wow, this is bad. This is not Excel, but it's not. Yeah. Why is it bad? Because it seems like it has the formulas, but somehow it is not the right format. I will take a screenshot actually. Also, I'm going to give it a reference Excel. It's going to be very similar to that one. All right, take a look. You did not do the formulas in the correct. Here, I'll give you an example. Here's an example Excel that you can take a look at. CSV, I should call it. It's technically not an Excel. It's a CSV. So take a look at that one. Working on same old stuff. Working on new features and fixing bugs and all this good stuff. We made a retirement lab today. I'll show you. It's kind of cool. We put in the numbers, current portfolio. We should probably make the commas and stuff, but for the numbers. But you can put in the numbers, see how close you are to retiring. Obviously, there's a lot to fix though, UI and everything else. But I like the charts. Charts are neat. I'm working on an advanced stock screener. That'll be long term. It's kind of an interesting idea, I think. I've never seen it before, what we're doing there. The type of stock screener we're making. But it is not done. It's on our POC page, which let's check if that's actually, that's what's working. I'm working on right here, actually. Oh yeah. Exactly. So I think we can close some of these. I'm gonna close this now. Oh, let me check the light mode. Sorry, I'm about to blind you guys. All right, looks pretty bad, but that's okay. All right, cool. Now go ahead and run it again. We're going to test it out. Okay, make sure when you are finished running, find the error, but don't do anything else, because it's really annoying when you don't show me the error. So please do that. Wait, what are you doing? No. I mean run the today's brief. Crazy fool. This one's the PSC, I don't really care. All right, let's test our new Excel thing. Okay, well, at least it hooked up the formulas, right? I would prefer, it obviously doesn't look good at all. It's not good, right? But it's like, at least we can maybe, it's a good start. All right, now you got the formulas working, that's cool, but now you're gonna do a lot of extra things, like make it similar to that other doc I sent you, in the sense that it has 3 tabs. It has the overview, the model, which is like the prior financials, and then the projections. And then also the units, you have to, do a similar thing to the units where, kind of like what we did on ours, that it's, they don't want to type in like 3,700,000,000. No one wants to type that. Oh, sounds good, man. See you later, Vid. I don't really know, Eku. I started streaming 7 hours ago. Let's see. Go ahead and close this as well. I think 8 is fine. Yeah, let's test it out. Did you start this up? Hey Tails, how's it going? These are our 8 companies. All right, cool. All right, so here's how this should work now. For testing, we have to figure that out too. Please put all the themes at the bottom. So at the bottom of the page, you're just going to put all the themes that I can choose that will affect these companies, and list each one and the corresponding themes that you broke down and the percent weighting, because that's how we're going to evaluate how this is working. You can think of it as just like a debug section. I think it's lo-fi time. Saved it to 111 for some reason. Oh my gosh, is that the bug the whole time? It's saving to Sunday instead of Saturday. That's dumb. I did not notice that. It doesn't let me to select Sunday because it's not Sunday. For some reason, it's not allowing me to stop this. Can you make the admin button at the bottom of the page on today's brief? The allow weekends, it should allow me to skip ahead as well. Like right now it's Saturday, but I want to skip to Sunday. Basically, if I'm an admin and I enable that, I shouldn't have that check on whether it's today or not. It doesn't matter. Okay, cool. And I can test this again. Is there a little POC? I don't really see the debug section. So how do I enable it? I don't see the debug section at the bottom. Did you make sure to edit the right page? If it looks like you did, but how do I enable the debug section? Oh, fantastic. Let me see if it sent the email. The only thing is missing some charts, but other than that. So great, it did generate the charts. We're having trouble when we trigger these afternoon briefs. There's a bug with your cloud code where you crash and I can't do anything. So I would like you to write a test and then save it to the output, so that way we can understand why it didn't hit all the charts. Secondarily, it did not send the email when ran locally, and I need you to check if we had enabled it for local or if it's just for the scheduler that it's hooked up, that it will send the email. So you're going to write a test that's going to hit today's brief. It's going to generate it for, I guess, Sunday in this case, and then run it, put it in the output folder. Hopefully it sends the emails as well, but it should log all of that stuff. But at least there is progress on the chart front. It should have like 6 charts or so. So somehow maybe it was interrupted. Maybe it was me that interrupted it. Unclear. We will find out. Cool. Let me check the Excel. Yeah, a lot of things, but overall. Yeah, so for the model itself, it should include everything in the actual. Right now, you basically didn't include all of this. I'll show you. Oh, nice. Perfect. This is what I wanted to see. It's actually pretty cool. I like that idea. So you, this is an example, right? You increase the semiconductor demand. That could potentially affect a little bit of the margin because Apple has to make its own chips. So that could increase in price. Okay, cool. Now we need the right UI and understanding of these. So the idea right now is like, okay, so you enter the AI theme, and we need to have a frame of reference that the user knows whether or not they believe something is greater or less than the consensus, I guess. So it's like right now it's just percent based, right? You believe like 2% higher than consensus, but there's no frame of reference for what the consensus is, right? So do you understand what I'm saying for why this is confusing? I'll show you a screenshot. Wait, why is this 0? That's weird. Something's strange there. Some math, probably. Divide by 0, maybe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the hard part, right? This is another... Ideally, it's like you pull what... You try to reverse engineer what the percents are based on the currents. You do like a reverse DCF almost, and then you try to work backwards to the assumptions. That's kind of the idea. But I think we should take our DCFs and work backwards to try to understand what the consensus is for a lot of these. But we do need an overall number for all companies, though, which is interesting. How do you recommend we go about this? That's a hard problem. That's why I say this will take a long time, because there's just a lot of things to think about this particular idea. My sub-agent prompts. So I think you're talking about Greppy, I assume. Greppy is open source if you're interested. Yeah, that's what I would think. Oh yeah, were you here here then, Rusloom? Wait, are you Manu? Because Manu always changes his YouTube name and Discord name, and he likes to delete things for some reason. Yeah, knew it. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Let's go ahead and try with the 8 that we have here, and then you're going to show me what you've derived. Put it at the bottom below the debug information. Yeah, so did you actually build this test and run it now? So ideally, you're actually not calling that specific endpoint because that's an old endpoint. So maybe you could create a new one that's it should just trigger the today's brief, and then the today's brief will trigger the, or rather actually you can make the test directly call the scheduler endpoint. That would be actually the best. So if you could do that, it's a full end-to-end test. Okay, it's looking a little better, I would say. But yeah, there's a lot of things we would change, but overall. I will leave it for the moment. Okay, I think that's okay for now. I think we're ready to start running that DCF, extract DCF script on more companies. Can you do it with 5 more? Because we're going to test it. Right now we ran it with Apple and CVS, but we're going to do more now.
No chains can hold this rebel
Not
stride.
here actually.
A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. Beneath the stars. Beneath the stars.
It's actually, it is working, so I guess we're in there.
Dreams collide.
Okay, cool. I can test this.
Have you seen it? Yet I am sure you will. The way
It's actually pretty good. Well, the interest rate's wrong. Unless it's saying growth, the interest rates will.
beneath the clouds.
There's definitely no way. I'm just curious, what do you think of these?
No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide. Beneath the stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. No chains can hold this rebel stride. A spark ignites where dreams collide.
Interest rates. What do you think of interest rates? That interest rate number you put.
The stars I carve my way. The world's alive, I won't obey. I won't obey.
I guess I kind of disagree, actually. It's like, it is kind of baked into it. All of these are baked into the price in some way or another. So we could extract out and do the average, kind of like what we're doing. So give your argument against this. Hey, Okwa, how's it going? Hey, thanks, Val. Have a good one. No worries, Val. Thanks for helping with moderating as well. It's very cool. Is there any way we can could we not extract out the implied rate movements? Granted, it's kind of hard to know what percent the rates influence the final terminal value, right? How would you do that? Could you do what I just said? What would the math be for that? Cool. I'm gonna go look at that. Gotta fix that, whatever search things I've done there. Oh great, this one looks really good actually. Yeah, this is right on, I'd say. Oh, let's look at the numbers though. Cool, that one looks actually pretty good. Let's look at the other ones. Oh wait, where's I don't see a Walmart on the front end for the DCF. Did it store? Oh, weirdly, the others look fine. But it's just Walmart. I don't see Walmart on the front end, so don't modify the others. Can you explain what would this measure exactly? Hey, Knuffles, gotta explain a little more what you mean. But I suppose one problem is that there are an infinite amount of combinations that you could play around with to get the final number, right? So that's actually the problem, right? Okay, that makes a bit of sense. This is a long-running discussion. It'll be try to figure out how to do this in a way that would be good. Yeah, exactly. Okay, gotcha. So let's say we do pin the macro data, right? Then we can work backwards, but there's still an infinite amount of combinations. For example, a company that has a lot of different components, right? Of the numbers themselves, right? Hey Luis, how's it going? Twitch is broken right now for some reason. Don't really know why.
One can live with the wonder, a limit of the mind.
Use cloud code.
I carve my way,
Hope it's 415.
the world's alive.
Nah, no worries. It's just Twitch is having some issues. Don't really know why.
Beneath the stars, beneath the stars.
Cool. I'm going to table this for now. Advanced. Need to probably think about that a little bit. How we can achieve that goal of that particular page. I'm not really sure at the moment.
One can live
Luis. I'm working on an investor platform for has lots of data. Feeds it to you every day based on what you're interested in, what positions you have. Trying to figure out. Let me see if this was actually generated. Our test output. Oh, I think they put in the git ignore. That's why I don't see it. There's a bug with the new cloud code where it just gets stuck when it's running a background task, and then you can't undo it. Don't like that. I have no choice but to close it. Take a look at this. Can you find where this test put the output? It's currently not in the test folder, or at least I don't see it, but it probably is somewhere there. Nice, it is there. Fantastic. Can you test, is it actually still running? Is it in a background task that you can see? Right now it's not there. Is it related to the no reload? Getting some things to commit. Hey, these are okay. I'll take a look at that one later. But
Carry me home through the unknown, and we fall through time endlessly. Oh.
Hey guys, Finger, how's it going? Just committing some stuff.
And we fall through time
Do we not have the log? Do we have logging data to figure out which type of chart this was that failed with this error? That some chart that's being run is failing to save, and then it stops the run, I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait. Oh, strange. Actually, let me go open it. Curious.
knowing how it ends, and still we fight.
Hey, how's it going, Vortex? I think you might need to run the DCF extraction script again for the Walmart. It's not there. It's either that or... When you actually run and check, you see it apparently, right? You're seeing the DCF financials. Yeah, but we actually already fixed this. So take a look at this file. I'll show you. Dang, CS50. Nice. Yeah, good luck, man. You go to Harvard. That's cool. Well, sometimes our tool fails with this. Wondering why. Interesting. Okay, go ahead and fix that as well.
Knowing how it ends.
Oh, okay, maybe. Strange. Cool. I think I'm gonna head out, guys. Grab some food. We fixed a lot of bugs today. Working on some things. We did get the D3 charts working for today's brief. However, there is some charts that are not loading, so something to keep working on. We added our retirement lab, which is kind of cool. And we're gonna continue to work on the stock screener. It's gonna be a long-running task. It's a little bit complicated as far as how that's gonna work. And we're continuing to work on the DCFs, trying to get them as the data issue. We want to make sure it's as clean data as we can get. So that's kind of what we're working on as well. All right, so I'm gonna head out. See you guys later.